Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's get started now. Welcome back to Kitty Found a Camera. So yesterday I did the entrance to the doctor's lab, where there's an alarm that triggers, and now you don't get soft locked or now you don't have to wait for the doctor to come back. And that was my main issue. So now, what is my next step? Oh wait, I know my next step already. I don't even need to be here. Hang on. We need to make the doctor's house, and it's going to be slightly uncanny. So if we go to house doctor, because basically the bottom floor of his house is going to be like a fake house. It's going to look normal-ish from the surface here. But I'm thinking of a few things. Actually, do we need a garbage can? I think I don't want a garbage can, actually, because this is not a house that's actually meant to be used. Okay, so let's do, generic toilet. So yeah, I'll show you what I mean about uncanny. This is where the toilet will be. And then I think we need couches. Couches are normal. So what do we have for couches? I think they'd be an interior. Couch 1. And then I think as well, I want a security camera up here. Where would that be? That'd be under doctor, camera. Huh? Oh, I see. I don't see actually. Where'd my camera go? Did I huh? Where'd it go? Oh, I think it's because I've already linked it. So you don't do it that way, you just copy it from somewhere else. There we go. Oh wait, no. You wouldn't put a camera there. You'd put it like, here. Like that. There we go. And yeah, I'm still playing more Tamagotchi Life. Could have started at like 11 today, but I was just playing more. Yeah, I think I've talked about it, or I talked about it yesterday, literally. But yeah, it hits that sweet spot of like, you can be creative without having to do a bunch of manual labor. And then you get to just watch your little creations do their thing. And it's very satisfying. But it does inspire me to do more of that labor. Because yeah, as I mentioned, I want to get back into my webcomic now that I'm hearing people say the characters' names. I think I want, then we have, let's do chair modern. Hmm. Where did these go, actually? These should all go into, interior one. And hopefully I didn't mess it up. Okay, yeah. Because sometimes I have to hold Alt when I'm dragging and dropping. Do I want anything else in here? We could do like a cardboard cutout of a person. I'll ignore that. It's funny, I think I'm probably going to start going to sleep earlier because Tamagotchi Life is on a normal, like, it follows the day-night schedule, Animal Crossing style. And so all the characters are asleep when I'm normally up. I should probably make this couch better, but oh well. I won't. But okay, now we have, that's basically good enough for the, Actually, what if we had a mirror? I think I just had a funny idea. Hang on. Put a giant mirror here. And then also, I think I want to remove this. Maybe we just move this up more. Wait, no. I want, get rid of that. Yeah, that seems fine. Alright, where are my mirrors again? Are they in here? Mirror, large one. This isn't that big, actually. But it'll be good enough. Okay. Oh, wait, no. And you know what? This bathroom is not for actual use. There we are. And then he'll have his actual, like, living quarters in the tunnels down here. Okay, that seems good enough. And actually, do I want a door here? Perhaps. I'll think on that. And I like our little jar. Oh yeah, let's put some metal back on this stuff. Did I do something wrong, actually? Oh, I did. There we are. Okay. And these should also be, what should they be? Camera. No, no, no. Not that one. This one. This blocks the player's, like, third-person camera. This blocks you from taking photographs through it. Without blocking the actual, like, collision. And that's useful for... Actually, is that ever useful? No, I guess it's just to make sure that things that aren't photographable don't get in the photograph, like, area. But okay. So now I'm thinking, more cameras. First of all, we need another camera in the lab. Ooh, these cameras are a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Or they're a lot bigger than they really need to be, typically. Wait a second, what the heck am I looking at? Oh, right, this is the camera area. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, that's good. So yeah, we get a good shot of the whole lab. And then I'm thinking, what do I actually want in the lab itself? I think I'm going to do that today. Yeah, because that is part of my May 7th, so yeah, let's do that. Oh, yeah, I was going to have another one of those boxes from, yeah, he's going to use the same terrible song that Bill has in his house as his thinking music, instead of me having to make like a dramatic lab music. I think that'd be funny. Okay. Let's think about how I'm going to actually do this. Let's whip up Krita. Because I think equipment, we need some sort of power source. Because we want that to be here. Because basically, I'm imagining a bunch of tubes leading out of this, attaching to some sort of power thing. So like a power source, control system. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I was also making fan art of my little Tamagotchis. So yeah, this is important to you. This is Gazy Susan. Her gimmick is she has very large eyes. I'm very creative like that. You know, a little step into my twisted mind for you. But okay, now we can let the concept art begin. But yeah, so we need a power source, a control system. The control system will also have some sort of feed for, I know. Once you use a photograph for, I know what to do, yeah. Used photograph, and flash it screen. So yeah, we'll have some sort of monitoring system that'll have the photographs that you've put into the thing there. And that way I can also have some cool animation when you actually, like, activate the machine. And then what else do I want with this machine? Because yeah, right now, this thing is not terribly cool. Like, if we go back to this thing, I think this, yeah. It just kind of opens up like that. Also, I don't like how they clip. Let's just make it like... Let's just make these angles smaller then. Yeah, 43. Well, no, that doesn't seem... That's not quite enough. What does negative 50 look like? Negative 48? Okay, that feels right. Basically, have it open up a bit more. Well, I just realized. I have the power to just make this thing work the way that I want it to, instead of not the way that I want it to. Okay. Also, why is it so weird anyway? Okay. Now, if we close this, there should be no cracks in the doors. Good, good. And then if we open it... Good. Oh, and it's... Wait, why is it back to 57? Huh. Well, works fine for me. I like the angle here. This gives plenty of space to see the monster who lives here. And then I think what I also want is a little platform for him to stand on. I'll just do... I don't know, a cylinder with like 8. Okay. And eventually this will also be good. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make it... Oh wait, I can get most of the way there. I want to have 8-fold symmetry, but I can get 4-fold symmetry quite easily. So I'll probably just do that. Because if we remove that and then remove... that, and then... Okay. Mirror X and Y. So now... Oh, wait. Let's have it like that, maybe? Okay, that looks okay for now. Yeah, that looks fine. I should probably just have the area in a different layer. Well, no, but then that'd be complicated. Okay, let's I guess mark a seam there, and then I bet you I can put more of these in here. Hang on. Oh, I know how to do this. Okay, yeah. What angle is this? What angle does this want to be at? 23. Because I feel like 22.5 should be that. Yeah. And then this should be 45, but it's not. Oh wait, no, it shouldn't be. Because an eighth of a circle is 45 degrees. There we go. Okay. And now, we can scale this up a whopping 11%. 11.7% even. Okay, yeah. And so that means that now, this is another axis of symmetry that I can follow, or not, if I don't bother. But let's do our other things first. So yeah, because I want a little UFO dish style platform there. Yeah, next thing that we need. I should do the main menu today as well. Yeah, I think our main priority is going to be upstairs doctor's house, main menu, and then everything else will probably be later. I'm going to call that actually right now. You know, like this. These will be pretty easy actually. This one though might be hard. Let's put it 14th or something. Properly aligned. Okay, these will be pretty easy. And these will be our main ones. Fair. Customizable dialogue speed, Chivos. Do I want to get also the images for these? Could I do that today? Maybe I can do that today. Okay. Status menu clipping off the screen. That is the same as this one, actually. Okay, sound drawers for end tables. Another pretty easy one that I can do off stream real fast. Okay. So yeah, let's keep going with the upstairs lab for the doctor. So yeah, let's see here. I like this little thing here. We can have like a little computer terminal here, and it'll, I don't know, have something to do with something. And you know what? I think it'd also be funny if there's just like a desk and it just has like like it's just a gaming desk. Yeah, let's put that here. This will be just a normal like this will just be his normal like gaming tower. And I'll need to figure out gaming chairs. Admittedly, now that I've drawn it here, bad feng shui. You would not want someone walking up the stairs and seeing your thing there. Maybe we just put a wall. Just put a wall there. Then we'd have him standing here. Or this is a place, yeah, we'll have, I don't know, some sort of thing. Maybe we'll have another one of these tubes as well. That makes sense. And then we can have, like, I don't know, some sort of, like, thing here of, like, tanks. O2 or something, so that way, like, you get air from these. That feels good. And then I think right here, we would need to have the main console. And then this would have, like, our monitors. So, like, they'd do something cool like that. And then maybe we'd have, like, a little half wall here. That feels appealing. And we'd have that go, like, around like that. And then we could also have a little camera right here. Duplicate camera looking down the stairs. Or no, extra redundant camera. And then we probably need... Actually, I would still like a telescope or something looking out this window, because that was the point of the window here. Okay, I think I have the general gist now. I'm going to just start putting in some of this stuff. Let's call this like a interior wall upstairs collision. Hmm, 0.3? Yeah, that feels good enough. So yeah, we have our private gamer nook, which I think I might just have it be a short wall like that, and then... Let's do, complex, and actually, let's do 0.25. I think this wall's a little bit... Yeah, there we go. So now we have a nice little half wall, like, kind of railing. Well, I think... How tall would 1 meter be? I'm gonna stand. Yeah, that'd be at about appropriate height for, like, a railing for stairs like this. And I'm gonna have these... just far enough. That makes sense there. Okay. There we are. So now there's a camera looking right down the stairs. And then a camera that can examine the whole room. And then we'll have his gamer station here. And for now, I'll just kind of imply it. Let's see, what is this? So... Or what is the height of this? Yeah, 1 meter's about right for a desk. My desk is slightly shorter just because I'm a short guy. And then I think, for now, I can just do the regular office chair. And that would be... Actually, let's do duplex. Chair sun. Yeah, and eventually it'll be a proper gaming chair. And by eventually, I mean later today. Unless I don't do it. Let's do... Hang on. What if I just had Palmney in here? So basically, if we go to this, we also need these to have metal, I guess? Yeah. Okay. The walls of this thing. Let's save this as Dr. Prison. There we are. And what's the collision on this thing? 6-8 double-sided. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is we have... Where's our NPC test? Yeah, we're gonna now make you a real boy. Well, no, I want Palm to be a much more obscure thing. No, I'll put like something else in here. What other NPCs do we have that I could use? I know. We have the gnomes. Those. This is perfect. Okay. There we are. I'm seeing double. 3 gnomes. Yes. Okay, that's perfect. And then we can put our O2 tanks. Wait, what? When I typed SMO, it disappeared. Okay. There we are. That's what oxygen looks like. I really like having just a little, like, gamer setup back here. Solidify by, like, a 0.05. That's approximately right for most of my needs. Actually, let's do 0.07. Yeah, so eventually this will be some sort of fancy standing desk or something like that. In fact... Well, I shouldn't get sidetracked yet. I'll just add the legs like that before I get too distracted. Okay, let's make the console. Oh, wait, no. I think this should be... like that. Because basically, I might want the player to be able to take a photo of this thing. And for that to work, I have to have this all set up properly. Alright. Wait, no, that is correct. Because I want this, like that. There we go. See, that is a console for a machine of some sort. So now we'll have that over there. I still actually want a telescope I guess I could just have the telescope off to the side like he's not using it currently. That'd be fun. That's basically what telescopes look like. So actually, let's call this telescope S body. Or maybe kinematic and you can like rotate the telescope at some point. I'll figure it out. Actually, I want just a little cube here. Okay. I piece S body. So basically, I want this to be a little separate piece, so that way I can have it do its own thing. There we are. Yeah, that's kind of what a telescope looks like. And let's even put a stand. Let's mirror that. There we go. Let's even do something like this. Okay. So that attaches to that. This attaches to that. And then, I should probably have it so that I know what to do. Right. Okay. So now this can rotate about this axis. And we can move this around. And so eventually we could have something with the telescope, maybe. Actually, let's move it up a little bit more. There we are. So yeah, now we got the telescope. And then we need cool panels. Or some sort of wiring and all that stuff. Because I want like a mess of wires. Actually, it'd probably be right behind this. We'd have all sorts of stuff here, maybe. So we need this guy to actually be, this is going to be a world entity. Or maybe common? No. Prisoner. No. Gnome. Prisoner. There we are. And that should be under languages. You know, I should maybe have, I want there to be oddities. Like, an achievement for, like, taking photos of weird things. I think that's going to be final game. So yeah, let's put that under, like, fun stuff. Gnome. Prisoner. The toilet garden is one. Yeah, toilet garden. So yeah, now there's basically two different things to do in the game. There's the adventure game stuff, where you're taking photos and showing them to people, and then there's this sort of scavenger hunt. For some reason, coffee makes me burp now. I don't know when that happened. But yeah, there's a scavenger hunt where you just take photos of a bunch of things. Okay. I'm digging this. I'm having fun with this. And then, yeah, we need our monitor. Which I think might be just another flat screen. Well, yeah, that makes sense. And we can actually... Hang on. If I change how the flat screens work... Or if I make an inherited scene here, and then we have a custom thing, because I can have this sub-viewport and then control, yeah, I'm going to make a computer monitor where basically we just have a different scene that's instanced here. This will be like computer monitor. Because yeah, I can't be bothered to actually make a fancier, or like a better thing here. But okay, this will be under, I'm going to say decor, gizmos. Which is one of these things. There we are. And it'll have almost all the same logic here. What does TV do? Gaming TV. So I think... Oh, wait. Yeah, we can't have that. Because we're not going to have the videos there. Yeah, instead we're going to have some sort of animation that's tied directly to it. So it'll be like basically all of this stuff. Sub-object, yeah. Have that there, and then I'm going to just make this a world object right now. This will be like doctor monitor. And then here, this is where we will remove that. Because yeah, this will be where we add a like subscene. Huh? Do my lying eyes deceive me? This clearly has materials on it. Let's just do noise. Nope, wrong one. Make unique, do just like a dark gray. Okay, where is that monitor? Screen? Screen shader, okay. Yeah, so now we have like pixel. Oh wait, that's what we need there. Yeah, okay. So now we have this doing the same thing. Oh wait, no, we need a viewport texture. Make it localizing then, okay. Are these in... Oh, it's at the top because God knows why. Okay. There we go. And actually, this one won't even need... I'm not going to have the speaker and spotlight, and we don't need the animation player either. Because we're just going to have a light. And then, yeah, this will eventually have... Actually, let's just create that now. Export var control scene, or like screen content act scene var, no, tool, there we are. And when we set this, if has, no, let's do if content okay, var content equals screen content instantiate. Actually, let's have var content control. And we don't need that. Okay. And then we're going to do content.name equals content subviewport add child content. There we are. And that will not be saved. So now what we can do is this content can be anything that we want it to be. So I can just have like a the doctor's whatever thing. So I'll have to figure out how to actually do that. I guess it won't be too bad. So yeah, ID, doctor monitor. There we are. Oh, and we should also have if screen. Wait, no. Let's do if screen content. Then we do that stuff. Else content equals null. There we are. So yeah, now I can do that, and that will, let's get that in here. We basically just get the Weston's flat screen. And we just call it, gizmos computer monitor. Okay. And this will be like arm dash collision or something. Or XX. There we go. No. There we go. Took me a bit. Okay. Now we have the monitor, and that should attach. Let's make sure all of this is also properly in here. Telescope, stand, collision. Okay. We should maybe have all of this also in a subnode, like lab. And then probably everything except for, well, I kind of want the machine to also be in here, and also the stairs as well. Wait, no, not those stairs. Some of these stairs, maybe. No, I'll leave that as it... Well, yeah, you know what? We're gonna move this. We're gonna move all this. Except for stairs 2 and stairs and... Okay, how much of this did we get? Not quite all of it. Oh wait, no. We need this to be there. Cursor... No, origin to cursor. There we go. So that way that's lined up properly. And also this should be parented to the wall. Okay. And then I'll need to redo the materials on these, but that's not too bad. Because, yeah, I just want this to be nice and tidy. And have everything organized properly. In fact, I should probably do the same down here. Well, I kind of have. Make that a cube. I'm going to use cubes for like rooms, basically. Okay. Put all of this stuff back together. Good thing I saved this material. I knew something bad would happen. Oh yeah, and then we have to go through the groups individually. It's too complicated, simply too complicated for it to know what I possibly could have meant by that. But okay. And then, right, we need to change the machine. So now this is House Lab slash... Actually, what is this? House Doctor, House Lab. It's going to be Interior 1. I think that worked. Yeah. We won't know until I go back and forth a few times, because the fucking thing doesn't work. What? What? That is not what I copy and pasted. So Doctor Monitor. Why did it put that there? Okay, now those work. I gotta double check copy and paste now because it's gonna put the wrong thing in here. Okay. Interior 1/lab. So now if we go back and forth, fix that. Except for the fact that they're in the wrong... Wait, what? Fascinating. Hang on. I think I can get... Let's do like that. Is that how I lined this up the first time? That feels like how I lined it up, actually. Because it felt suspiciously similar to where it was supposed to be. Okay. But now that's back as it is. Or as it was meant to be, etc. Okay, and now we can do block with the camera for both of these. And for now, all of these will be metal. Animation mixer open, couldn't resolve track. House lab the machine. It's no Godot. The game engine that I'm using, I literally fixed this. Okay, will it remember this? Actually, we don't even need to fiddle with that because I'm just gonna go to here. Yeah, it feels like Godot doesn't know how to save the information that I'm putting into the video game. So if it can't do that, animation tracks, so we'll just do it ourselves. Method quit sounds. No, we don't need alert. We do need house lab slash. Isn't it the machine? Yeah. And we can see here. Okay. It finally got this one. But yeah, I'm very glad this is just a plain text like format because sometimes it just doesn't work right. And it needs a little help. Okay. How much do I want to deal with the textures now? Do I want to also have more of the other stuff here? Because we should probably set up that. We should probably set up some of the tool, or we should like set up the little things here. I would love the gaming monitor. And we can do that in a simpler way. Yeah, basically by going to gaming monitor. Or this one. I think just having... I think what I should do is I should create a base scene that this inherits from. Yeah, I think that'd be the correct answer. Well... Nah, I'll just do a, let's just do another gaming TV. Or flat screen. Oh wait, no, not that one. New inherited scene of this one. And this one's just gonna have... Did I fucking... What did it send me to? This one's just gonna be, Ooh, I want it to be a world object that's customizable. Can we do that in some way? Because, yeah, unfortunately, because Godot doesn't really do composition very well, I can't just get a list of properties from things. I guess unless I set up my whole architecture around it. I'll think about that for next time, because basically I would really prefer Unity's style of, like, components. Because I'd love to add, like, a customizable component to an object, and then just have a bunch of, like, the objects here. Maybe someday. Yeah, but this is going to have... Let's extend the screen. And this is just going to be tool. And it'll have like a bar, no, export, screen content, texture. And then maybe like an export var screen material reference. And equals s if is inside tree var s equals screen material get material s dot set. All right, and this is going to be a shader material. Because basically what I need is, let's save, I'm like going insane. Where do my materials go? Why can't I just like view the materials that are on the thing? Because they're clearly here. It clearly still exists. But I just want the material that I have already. Well, whatever. I needed another one anyway, because we need this to be local to the shader. Okay. This will be local to scene because it needs pixel. And then we need our screen content. S.set shader parameters, screen content S. That. Okay, there we go. And basically that means that now we have that. And then, yeah, just do another noise with another dark material. And maybe this time I should actually, like, save it. Let's make the floor color maybe a smidge lighter. And the ceiling color darkest. So that way there's a bit of shading on it as well. Okay, so this is going to be dark, or like plastic dark. material. And I'm just going to have that on our other things as well. Oh, I see. Now it's just fucking broken. Hang on. Yeah, okay, okay. I get it now. Awesome. Okay, so this one works, though, for some reason. Oh, because these are saved. Okay. So I think what we need to do is... we can actually use this exact same material for that. I'm going to make this dark, or plastic dark. So yeah. And hopefully I can just set this. Okay. I don't know why I wasn't able to set it before, but now I can. And look at that. The viewport path even works. Okay. So now we have those. And then we have a simple monitor that I can use for just standalone images. That'll be Gizmo's simple monitor game 1. There we are. Is this what I want? No, that's not what I want. What I wanted was mirrored around it, but that's okay. Because now we got that. Let's do a plane, actually. This is going to be... monitor... stands dash collision. Let's say 0.05. Yeah, that seems good enough. Because basically, this will just come in like that. There we are. So now it looks like something that's supposed to do something. Okay. Perfect. Okay, and that attaches to there, and these three will actually attach to this. And this will actually also have... what am I trying to do? There we are. That's what I wanted. Beautiful. I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe. Nope. I'm on the verge of sneezing, though. Of the worst place to be. And my last sip of coffee is ice cold. I truly am a man without a home now. Let's do, like, the normal... let's do this house interior here. Probably by copying this value? Yeah. Powerful. Okay. Hmm. And I think we would have, like, some cool lighting effects. We need, like, lightning strikes or something interesting there. I'm gonna figure out what I want. Wait, where'd my... Oh, my Omni light disappeared because I put it in, Let's make it a child of the lab instead of the, other thing. Or let's make it a spotlight, actually. And then, yeah, no terrain there. And this will be a delightful greenish blue like that. And you know what? I think I do want a second one, even though this could get messy with, like, all the lights, because for some reason, it definitely feels like lights don't really work. Or, yeah, it feels like on the mobile render, it says there's supposed to be 8 lights per object. It feels like it's like 3, or 2, even. So yeah, these will not be visible from very far. Right. We also need the sound effect for the door, so let's put that probably today or tomorrow. Yeah, we need like monster, unique pose, unique music, cutscene, electrical arcs, sound effects. Hmm. Now let's say... the machine combines your photos. Let's say that. And eventually I can make something more creative with the photos, as I said. Now let's see... revealing the creature. Good enough. So yeah, eventually we'll have a cool cutscene there. But for now, I should probably make sure that my lab still all works. Let's just walk around, see how it feels in terms of scale. I haven't done that yet. Take your time, Godot. Oh, yeah, hang on. I don't want that. Try it again. I think that also makes it start up slower because it has to create the visual meshes for all of the colliders, maybe? Hopefully? Yeah. It also has just like... It starts up slower at the start anyway. But okay. So let's see how that lab looks now. Oh yeah, we need, he needs to now be in a better place. Yeah, this actually, yeah, the lab is actually coming along pretty well, though. Because, yeah, now it feels sufficiently lab-like that I could probably kind of leave it as it is, except I do want, as I said, more cords looping around, doing all sorts of weird stuff. Wait, why is the... Hang on. Share sun. Why is the reference for this wrong? Take your time, kiddo. Your very, very slow time. Yeah, that's nonsense. Why am I, like, positioned wrong on the chair? Is that, like, unique to this chair, or is it, like, all of them now? Are all my chairs, like, fucked up? Yeah, because first of all, I should be able to sit on the chair from here. Hang on. What? So if we can see, so, oh, it's because this is the origin point of the chair, and I can only do that if, okay. Basically, you can see it draws a line from the player to the chair's origin point, and if that isn't valid, then it's not valid. That sucks. And also the fact that all of my sitting is bad. Why is that the case? Oh, I bet you I know exactly why. If we go to the standard body and grounded? Or state ground? What am I looking for? Oh, okay, here. Or state equals state.city. There we go. Okay. It wasn't considering that on the ground anymore. But yeah, I need to fix the chair origin points now. That's very annoying. But yeah, at least that works. Nice photograph. I like that we can just stick the camera anywhere we want, really. Except, I would like it to not go through the floor. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay. Fix the colliders for here. I think the walls there are fine to have collisions on. I don't want collisions on these two. And then I don't want collisions on these four. Okay, so now we can go through that. We can't go through the floor. We can't go through the roof of that thing. Oh, and now I can sometimes jump... Oh, this is at the exact right height again. Where I can sometimes jump on it, but sometimes can't. Hmm. Okay. I forgot to do my main thing, which was to actually fix the doctor's position. Because, yeah, I think now this is a good layout for the house. It's sufficiently, like, chaotic and weird. So I'm actually going to have him go, like, this way, and then... like that. And then he actually... we can kind of just put him exactly here. I'm fine with that. Actually, I might even move him to be, like, over at this thing. Yeah, that seems fair. And then we can have this overlap with that point. So he'll kind of go back to here, maybe, if that actually is set up properly. But okay, that seems fine. So yeah, this is the position he'll stand in when he wants to gloat. And actually, what if we... I'm fine with that, actually. Okay. Next steps, get some of this stuff, oh yeah. Go back to the doctor's house. I like the skylight a lot, actually. Though we should probably have, like, curtains here, so that way we can't see through this. Or maybe just remove the windows entirely. You know what? I'm fine with that. In fact, we don't even need this. And then we just have this one here. No windows on either side. Very strange little house. And then hopefully we can still see if we go back to the world. Let's see if we can still make out the doctor's place from here. So if we were standing right here, we actually kind of maybe wouldn't be able to see him. Maybe. I'm going to double check. Because, yeah, I still think that could potentially be a useful thing. Interesting. That's fine enough. Yeah, this place continues to come along. Actually, this thing should definitely be metal. Hang on. Go back to... house? Bill house? Let's see. Yard statue... metal. Those sounds are too quiet. I'll just make a note, make those metal sounds louder. Basically, add a little bit more impact to those as well. Dang it. Oh wait, no, that wasn't even the thing that I was supposed to be doing anyway, so that's fine. I thought this would be faster. Marginally. I should probably have a distinct sound effect for when the player is sliding down terrain. Okay, there we go. I forgot it again. Hang on. I keep forgetting my actual goal, which is to get here, and then just see if I can see the doctor from here. And I can tell I don't think I can. Wait. No, we can't. So we kind of need to just move this whole thing. I think I can just... Yeah, I think I'm just going to move the entire... this window here. I think I can do this way, like that. Okay. That should all be fine. Alright, so now if we zoom in, can we see the doctor from here? No, we can't. Where can I see the doctor from? Hang on. Okay, so we'd have to be just higher up. Because we can see the doctor from, like, here. I could kind of just... I could just move this up a meter or so. Now, surely there's a way that I can, like... I guess I can just move him a little bit more. Hang on. So, like, maybe he's not standing so close to that thing. So if we move this... there, perhaps, and then, yeah, we keep that the same. And then... save. Because... okay, there we are. Okay, so I think now, if I try it again... yeah, because I'm racking my brain here. What is the best way for me to figure out where the doctor's visible from? Rather than just this sort of trial and error system. Because, okay, we can see that security camera. So he'd have to be, like, right next to the door there. And I don't want that to be where he is. So yeah, I think it might be... we just kind of have to move this all around. Like, we move this section over to here, and we move this one over to there. And then we'd have to kind of redo this platforming here. We might have it actually be like, you get up on top... okay. I think I know how to do it. So yeah, because we basically want to move this over to here. And I'm pretty sure that would give us the ability to see into there. I should actually double check first. Okay, flare, toggle, no clip. I should have made the no clip have a separate control from zooming in and out. Okay, we're about... Where could we actually see the doctor from? Ooh, we'd have to be... Where are we? We'd have to be a good deal higher. And a good deal closer. So we might actually need to be all the way up at the plane. Yeah, that's the only way we can actually see it. So how would we get to the plane from here? Because that could be a fun little project to do instead. Because, yeah, it would be nice to actually get up here. Maybe. Yeah, I'll just put that as, like, later on, like, ability to get into Bill's plane. Because, yeah, I think this is a better place for this skylight anyway. Yeah, that seems fine. And I think yeah, the windows are fine. I was worried that the glass was, like, moved inappropriately, but no, it seems like it is where it is because I put it there. I didn't design it very well, but I'm not going to design it better. Okay. So now we can have some more stuff. We don't really need this anymore. So yeah, let's kind of get our curves in here now. Let's do... There we go. Yeah, there's going to be a decent number of meshes here. Because, yeah, we can't have disjointed curves connect things together. So do I want... I'll just basically do this. Okay. So we got our two little oxygen tanks there, and then I think I want more wires coming up from here into the roof. So if we go to the roof... Oh, okay, the roof does have two separate materials. So this will be like wire 1? No, wire 1, no, M. Because those are going to be tubes. These will be wires. Going up to some sort of like sensor array or something like that. Let's just do solid with random materials. Or, there we go. That's good enough. Okay. So yeah, this will be very similar to the to Bill's place, where we had all those wires going to the radio control stuff. Okay. Do I want these wires? I think I want these wires to be a little bit to the side to frame this better. Because the cutscene, I think, is going to be right about here. So yeah, I don't want these wires to be quite so in the way. I wish I could have this simultaneously visible and not visible. But okay. Yeah, good enough. Do I want more wires here? I think I do. And they'll just kind of do basically exactly the same thing. And there we are. In fact, I think this one... There we are. Okay, there we are. Actually, I just had a great idea. I can hide the walls, because I don't need those right now. And then actually, I'd like curves along the ground to connect us to the wires. And actually, so now we actually don't need the roof. Let's make these not overlap so much. Though I do actually want, can we subdivide this? There. There we are. So now we're getting more and more appealing curves there. And I think for these ones, I'll then have just another one of these, except it'll go upward a little bit. Basically, there's some sort of like wire detector gizmo gadget or something. Like here, like a readout or whatever. There we are. Okay. I like those. So where are those all actually? Got our curves, I've got our wires. Let's add those to a new collection of like reference. Okay. Now we can go to lab, and what we're going to do is just add some little meshes here. Okay, let's make sure that this is good. Okay, that feels about good. This is going to be our wire. And basically... Oh wait, we need to make sure that all of these are named correctly. Wire 4. Wire 5. And I forgot to add -noimp, so they're deleted. Okay, there we are. Alright, let's add our modifiers then. Generate, array with merging, fit length, no, fit curve. Okay. Now we can start doing this. Did that work? It did, except for the fact that we need to apply our rotation. Okay, there we are. And this should be smooth. Okay. So yeah, now we have wires. These are going to be for the sensing, which actually... I want it to be maybe even smaller, like that. Okay. And then that's going to be attached to the lab here. What is this? Wire 4, I think? Yes, okay. And that's wire 5. And so this one should be wire 2. Because we got wire 1 here. And I would still like more wires even, but this is fine for now. And then we got the big tubes. What was that? Was this one wire too? Okay, good. Alright, and then wire 1. There we are. Curve will be hose. Hose 1. Oh. What? Oh, because I pressed 1 and then 2. Okay. And that enables these, because it used to be 1 and 2 were layers, but now they've changed it to only show collections. They, like, removed the concept of layers. Okay. Now what we can do is... that. So I get to keep these in track a bit better. Okay. faces there, and then actually I kind of want it to be like mark a sharp there, and then the rest of this is going to be smooth. Okay, that's going to be fun. Okay, and then curve this by hose one. Yeah, there we go. Now that is how to do a thing. Except now I need to make sure that these don't, like, intersect too terribly bad. That'll be fine. Nope. Beautiful. Oh, hose 3, that's what we need. Look at that. And then even, dare I say, probably also mark a seam there. We're amazing. Alright, hang on. Delete these here. Okay. Then we mark seams, and we mark sharps, and then we fade smooth. Ta-da! And then here, do I want these to be smooth? Or do I want them to be... Because if we mark sharp there, that feels better. And then actually... Oh, wait, no. But for this one, I do want it to be planed like that. Because that'll make the deformation more defined. Okay. Look at us go. Look at our little gizmos and gadgets. Should we hang on? Where are these attached? Oh, these are... Let's call these, like... hose... 2... Okay. Ooh. Look at that. Okay. All our wires. Plastic. Yes. And then these things. I think they're gonna do... I think I'm gonna do blue. Do I have a pre-built blue? No. Noise. Actually, if I made these brighter, so if we make this like a brighter blue, so this is like a dark blue, it'll fake a interesting like shiny effect here. Then we have like a green color here, for example. It's like fake lighting. And then let's just have these also do a noise for now. And we'll just have these be like a greenish color. Yeah, that feels good. And then like oh, something like that. There we go. Do these have bottoms? I guess they do. And you know what? I guess I'll keep that because it does make the shading more interesting here. Because yeah, admittedly, we do have a lot of like flat textures. Like just using that noise. But I'll save my actual effort for this and this, I think. And maybe this a little bit. In fact, let's get that UV unwrapped. Oh, right. I think we just do like oh. Okay, there we go. Now it's a little bit better. And do I want to do anything fancier with this? Not really. But okay, this is a rather important thing because this is the eyepiece there. And these two are also quite important. So let's do let's just scale that a little bit more. Actually, this... that kind of works. Yeah, because then we can kind of squish these together a little bit more. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Actually, let's go to my UVs folder and delete the UVs that we don't need anymore, which is thankfully not that many. Okay, UVs, yeah, telescope. Then the other thing we need is this. And by far the most important thing will be this little section here. So I think we just give that extra emphasis and then try to figure out everything else here. I think what I can do... So this is probably... No, this is the back here. This is the front here. This is the control panel. This is the upper panel here. I'm kind of... I think I'm fine with just having these... No, I prefer these to not overlap, really. Maybe. Well, would I care? No, I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, we'll limit the amount of, like, that. But actually, here as well, we're going to have these actually be aligned by, well, I think that's good enough. Okay. So are those the only two textures that I really need? I think so. I think for this, for example, I'm just going to do metal. Or if I'm feeling particularly lazy, I could do two different materials. One for the front. Yeah, if we did these faces here. In fact, what I should have done from the very beginning, I was starting to do it and then I decided against it, was to generate a mirror mesh. And then solidify by the y-axis. There we go. And now what I can do... see, I'm gonna do like that, and then maybe this, where we do like that. There we are. And then that's a random color. So we'll have like a fancy, maybe like wood or white plastic, and then we'll have just a metal base there. And then I do need, for minor props, keyboard, mouse, gamer chair, textures there, textures there. And then, oh yeah. We also need, I think we should probably have this machine be cooler. Because, yeah, right now, these don't do anything. I forget, are these all the same material? Or, huh. I'd kind of like these wall 1s to copy these wall 2s, I think. Because we can just use the same UVs then. Yeah, I'm going to do that by, how do I do that again? Cube 25. So yeah, make these cube. Oh, wait. But the reason those aren't the same cubes is because these ones rotate by... Wait, why the hell are these things, like, doing things? Hang on. Make this the center of mass. And then get this one. That's my cleverness. Okay. Oh, no. Make that one the center mass. Make this one the origin. There we are. So now these are, like, lined up. And that should hopefully not break this, because I think these doors are rotating around a common axis. So if we go here... Hang on. There's like machines and dogs and children and life and beauty outside, and I don't want any of it. I don't want any part of it. Okay, let's also get this thing. I'm going to say, this might be controversial, another metal texture. Oh wait, why did I mute myself? When did I mute myself, actually? That's kind of an issue. Oh, well. Okay, but now what we should be able to do is I should be able to choose that. Okay, there we go. So now we can use this data for both meshes. So these are now synchronized. And these should be, okay, neither of those are rotated. Oh, I remember now. No, wait, I don't. Let's just scale this up a little bit. Wait, dot to S 1.02. Okay. Basically, so that means that these are a little bit out of there. So this should let us create one texture that'll be moderately interesting. And now these synchronize nicely, or these are still, yeah. Okay, so now we'll just make our UV. Okay. Is that everything I need? No, I need this as well. There we are. Okay. And, I assume this one... Actually, let's just do... Scaled down a smidge. So that way I can actually tell which is which. I think we can just... Oh yeah, we can get this closer. Look at that, a whopping 4% more. I probably could do it better by, moving this about here, moving this one here. And I think what we can do is actually move this to about... Yeah, we can probably get another 4% out of this. Maybe even 3%. I didn't need to rotate by 90 twice, but oh well. Yeah, look at this. We're gonna get... You'll be so jealous of my UV efficiency. We got another 3.5%. Okay, so one of these is the back, one of these is the front. We should probably figure that out. Okay, front is this one, so this is the one that needs more attention. Which I should have considered, but I won't consider. Okay. There we are. And maybe we do actually do something interesting with that, but... Because, yeah, we still have the option of adding textures to these. I don't care. I would rather add a texture to this, actually. Yeah. There we are. Okay, so our textures, we need... let's put that in upstairs textures. We need lab door, or no, machine. That'll be door, platform. Then we need monitors. So like 1, 2, 3. Go to tank. Then the we need the controls for or like UI for status, or no, this will be like console controls, or like keyboard and stuff, the screen, which has the logic to it, which we'll figure that out soon. But okay, we don't really need a unique pose for this. We don't need that. I should probably add the, I should split out that little box. Oh, wait, no. What I'll do is I'll just have a speaker here. Alright, did I make sure to put the telescope in here? Okay, am I missing anything? So yeah, we got the door and the platform for the machine. We got the monitors, we got the O2 tank, console, telescope. Then the holder thing, how's that looking? Man, it looks pretty bad, but that's okay. And then here, let's do like just oh yeah, we also need so we got, I'm gonna say that's good enough. Okay. I think I think this will be funny. Keyboard, mouse, gaming chair. Okay, and then metal. Alright, yeah. We're gonna have RGB for all of his stuff. Oh yeah, we also should probably have like a computer tower. Oof. Alright. Let's get started on this stuff. I think for the keyboard... Wait, no. We can't really do that. I was gonna say I should just use a solidify modifier, but no. That won't be practical. That's good enough for a keyboard. Do I want this to be a rigid body, actually? Yeah, I will. And then we can even do that. Okay, so let's get this one, actually, this underneath one. There we are. Oh, well, that barely matters at all, but... Well, what if I made it so that the texture was like... I'm trying to think how to better utilize the space here. If I just grabbed this, and then we did SY2... I'm thinking basically we use a, like, double length texture. Yeah, I think that'll make sense. And here, I can kind of just put these all together. Yeah, just aggressively overlap all these textures. I think that'll be fine. Okay. And you know what? He's a real gamer. He doesn't need a mouse. So yeah, we'll just say he doesn't use a mouse at all. Wait. Do I want to mark it complete or just delete it? I'll just delete it. Okay, and then textures here. Set up with RGB. Keyboard, chair, tower. Gaming, tower, S-body. So we can knock over his keyboard, but not his computer. And this will be a fancy computer because it'll have a slight bevel. That's how you can tell it's a real gaming computer. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. Now I just need to make sure everything looks good. Okay. So that's the top. Or no, that's the front, that's the top. Do I have any strong opinions about the organization of this? No, but I would prefer this to be scaled down. Not even just, like, not even for a particular, like, value, but just because then I don't get confused by it as much. Okay. Yeah. Top, back, front, bottom. And I'm perfectly fine with that there. And actually, while we're here, I'm going to go to my, my what have you. Emissive texture. UV with emission. We're going to have uniform spec for emission color for 1.0. The value of this will be, oh wait, source color, there we go. Yeah. Emission color times emission strength times the texture. And I don't know if this makes any difference. Yeah, I'll keep strength color and then the texture. All right. Beautiful. And then anything else that I want here that I desperately need. I don't think so. Oh wait, no, the gamer chair. That's going to be the hard one, I think. Because I also want it to have RGB lights. I think that'd be really funny. Hmm. Ooh, whoops. That doesn't work. I basically wanted these to all be at the exact same Z position, and I don't think they are. Yeah, you can see these two. Let's just put it at like 6.0 or 6.05 maybe? No, I think 6.07 is correct. There we are. Okay. And I think his keyboard should be bigger. And thicker. And let's also put this at the center of mass. Ugh. Wait, no, he would obviously need a mouse. No, maybe he's just... No, maybe he really is that much of a gamer. That he doesn't even need a mouse for video games. I think I want this monitor to be bigger. Oh, wait. There we are. Ugh. Do I want to separate these out already? I guess I'm fine with these for now. But what I will do is... Well, actually, I kind of prefer having that little definitive face there. Yeah, so I'll keep that there. Save that. Let's start with... I don't care. Okay, so this is about where we'd have the seat... Oh, wait, no. This is about twice as high. You would want a... You want the seat of a chair to be at about 1/2 meter. But maybe because he's tall, he'd have it a little bit higher than that. Okay, so now we need a gaming chair. Also, I'm going to switch to stand... Well, actually, I'm going to take a brief break. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Because I need to stretch. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Back now, noticing that my music has died. Oh, it's just very quiet. Okay. But I've got the perfect reference for a gamer chair. Yeah, are these actually, like, good compared to, like, just regular office chairs? Because I just have a regular office chair. I feel like it's purely aesthetic. But okay, yeah, so I'm seeing a few different things. One is this pillow that I presume is... That can't be very comfortable. You just shape the chair properly like this. This is a way better chair. Ah well, I'll use one of these garbage ones. Okay, so... Big thing I'm noticing, absurdly thick seat. Oh wait, no. We need to mirror this, obviously. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Feels about right there, and then... we need to clip these. Okay, and then it goes... like this. Actually... there we are. Oh, I see what I'm missing. So it goes outward a little bit. And that'll be closer to down here. And then it swoops inward. We'll need this to be somewhat smooth. And then it comes outward again. And then we'll have this go about here. And then we'll need these to come out a little bit more. No, we wouldn't have that. Though we would actually have it come up like this. I think. No, this isn't quite... yeah, this doesn't quite get it because this should be narrow, or this should be wider, this should be narrower. And then this should be maybe even thinner. And then I think what I want is even more like this. There we go. That's kind of better in the shape. And then I think we kind of needed to do like a rotate and it go back like that. We don't need this here. I think. Yeah, that feels better. What I should probably be designing this after is like race car seats, because that's what the main like hook, like that's what their inspiration is basically. I'm gonna go like back like that. I think it looks better like that, actually. And then we have this go in, this go in a little bit more. I guess I should actually check if this works. So, gaming chair. And also, I'm going to undo the mistakes that I've done of my past. That's our origin, so that way we're consistently going to be colliding with it. And this is gaming, chair, collision. Okay. Gaming chair. Decor, doctor. There we are. And that should, there we go. And I'll leave that as it is for now. There we are. Yeah, that's fair enough. So I think this'll get the vibe across. All right, now let's put this patch to there. So how do we do the wheels on this? Okay, they do the 5 wheels. How do I do the 5 wheels in a way that's not going to be a huge pain? I think I can do an array modifier. I'll probably just do that. But okay, we also need, very important here, big ol' arms. How do you game without big old arms? Which is funny, because I actually removed the arms from my office chair. No, we don't want that to get in the way of that. Okay. And then something like this, where this then comes out. I think I'll keep it like that. Yeah, that feels good enough. Though I might shrink these down a bit. Okay, that feels fine. There we are. Actually, I want to remove that one. Okay, mark that as sharp and mark it as a seam. There we are. Okay. Our gamer chair is underway. And then let's add, last but not least, a cylinder that is 5-sided. And we will only have one side here. Okay. Generate array modifier. So we need an object. Chair, rotation, no in. Legs, collision. Okay. So what is 360 divided by 5? That's 120. No, 72. Because it's 10, or it's divided by 10 multiplied by 2. They should have done something. Because we have the array modifier and we have the object offset chair. So is it maybe like that? I don't get it. Because if we did like this, and then without the object offset. Okay. So without the object offset, we get this, which is actually quite strange. Okay. That makes sense. So with object offset, we aren't getting anything here. Oh, it's because some utterly bizarre thing. Oh, wait, I see. Apply the scale there. There we go. Okay. Now we can get going with this thing. Now let's do like there we are. So now we can actually have let's do that there. Point 1. Okay. Mark sharp, shade smooth, except for actually this thing needs to be basically entirely sharp. Well, kind of. Yeah, I like that. Okay. But we will mark all of these as seams, except for this one. Okay, and then also the same thing here. Okay. We should probably also mark this as a sharp, and this as a sharp. There we go. So now we have our beautiful texture, where we have a thing that should be... Okay. So now I just need to figure out how I want to do this. So I think... Oh, wait, no. This is the tire. Okay, so we'll have this specially cordoned off. And we should probably have these be a little bit bigger. Because they will be, obviously, the important ones. Yeah, and then these will all just be kind of whatever. Actually, let's do... Yeah, let's get all of our UV islands together. And then we'll just sort of treat all of these as like one unit. Do I want anything? I think what I want here... Yeah, we can just have these be like unified. Or like just one thing. Is this... that'll be harder to deal with. Okay. Get another one. Okay, yeah. Bottom of the seat. Top of the seat. I think I want this to be 0, so that way that lines up nicely. And I could just do 0 there as well. There we go. And this will actually be... Yeah, that'll be fine. You know what? Yeah, I think I do want this to also be a perfectly, like, straight backing here. So this will then just kind of like have the curves embedded into it, kind of. Huh? There we go. Okay. Okay, and that's just the back. Okay. So now we can kind of start putting all these together. What is this song, actually? Oh, interesting. This is from... I was like, what the heck is this? It's like a distorted classical song from Ace Combat 3. Those are one of those games that I've really been interested in playing just because of the lore, but I'm not that big into planes. Well, I don't know. Planes could be fun. I've never really played a plane combat game. No, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm full of shit, because I really enjoyed playing, like, flying in Grand Theft Auto games. Let's try to squeeze these together into actually a square like this. So I'm going to move these. Yeah, because I think I can cram all of these together like this. Yeah, so our seat bottom, back, back. Beautiful caster wheels, which I think will perfectly intersect here. Yeah, look at that. And I think here we can kind of squeeze all of these. I'd like to have the wheels right here. Ooh. No, I think it'd be better to just, like, have this go this way. And then we figure out where this stuff goes. So, okay, these are like the metal part of the arm, or like the black part, or something like that. Okay. %? Okay. We can do better. Another 2%. The fact that this is more efficient is strange to me, because that means that we definitely... There's something we can do here. I'll say... I don't care. At a certain point, it's just good enough. But okay, that looks vaguely like a gamer chair, and especially once we get the textures in here. That's really what's going to make it pop. Oh, wait. There we are. It's actually a little too big. I mean, maybe he just hunches over like this. That'd be fun. Okay. So now we have the actual decor here. So yeah, we got the keyboard, we got the gaming chair, computer tower, but now we need to actually have those in here. Okay. Read it time. I also have some strawberries and coconut chunks here. And that's my main food. That's my only source of nutrients today. Alright, let's get all these activated, or like resized properly. So yeah, we'll just put them, I think, all in decor. Decor, doctor. Okay. Let's say lab console. Oh, wait, no. Another 256. Honestly, it'd be faster probably to like save all of these into this folder and then just move them over and then reopen them. But I won't be that granular. I think we can do 128 by 128 here, probably. How many pixels would that be? Oh, that's plenty of pixels for a keyboard. Oh, no, but we actually need 256 by 128, I'd say. Yes, okay. That feels right. Okay. Environment, decor, doctor. There we are. Oh, wait. I didn't even put the noise on there. Okay. Gaming. Yeah, tower. I think this one can just be 128. Yeah. So this was the bottom, right? And this would be the front, this would be the back, or this would be the top, this would be the back. Okay. Oh wait, we don't need that. Another... I think 256 actually, because these are quite large. Okay. O2 tank. Machine floor. And you know what, first off, I should probably have just saved all of these to the correct place. But okay. What the heck is this? Oh, right, this is, machine door. Let's call it machine panel. Okay. So now we have all of these properly set up. Okay, so I think our first order of business, let's get all of these materials enabled. Or let's create, most of these have a black layer. This will be for emission. Then we'll have like UV here. That does not. This does, though. Actually, are these set up? Okay, these are set up correctly. Okay, and the O2 tank does not need it. The machine floor does need it. And then... Oh, wait, no. Well, I can just... Okay. UV. Oh, wait, no, does this? Yeah, this does need that. Okay. And now we can go through and we also need, I think they'll default to kind of just the exact same shade of gray, maybe? Well, no, this will have to be black, obviously, but I'll figure that out soon. Oh, wrong one. Now I want this to be, like, blue. And then the machine floor, that'll definitely be gray. Okay. So I think what I'll start with is just adding these as a, like, JPEG or something. Yeah, I guess I'll keep it here for now. Gaming keyboard emission. Okay. Oh yeah, because it's not saved. Okay, so with all of these in place, I'll be able to create the, like, references to all the materials, so that way I won't have to create that later, like, one at a time for these. Okay. There's, like, something in my ear. I think it's just sometimes when I, like, yawn, there's, like, a really loud crackling noise, and I don't know what it is. I think it's, like, just earwax that's moving around slightly, and it makes me mad. But okay. Actually, we should get all of our things, so let's get the doctor here as well. No. House doctor. Wrong house doctor. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, hang on. I forgot. When you drag a shader onto an existing shader material, it does not override the material. It overrides the shader. Okay. Now we can do that. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, these two also need that. And then let's save all of these materials. Okay. Decor Doctor, you know, let's not even bother with that material. We're just gonna do gaming, chair. Okay. Gaming keyboard. Gaming tower. Go to tank. Okay. Lab console. Machine. Wait, what am I? Huh? Oh, wrong thing. Machine door. Thank you, Godot, for taking me out into an unknown neighborhood and dropping me off. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Those were called machine panel, actually. Oh, wait, no. Wrong thing. Machine floor. Thank you yet again, Godot. Okay. And these machine floors are going to be called something else. Once I figure out... Why does it... It, like, expands everything. It expands everything. All the time. Okay. But what I needed was to rename this to machine panel. So this way we can just go through those materials. And now we should very quickly be able to fix all these. Or, like, apply all of their stuff. Oh, wait. Okay. Gaming chair emission. And we'll see our beautiful things slowly come together. So I think with these, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have a, they're going to have a constant strength, but they're going to go through the RGB colors, as you do. Oh, no, I forgot. I don't go to the object, I go to the, there we go. And now I can just override these, or save these files as I do it. And we should get all of these done soon. Except I forgot to save this. Okay. Alright. So yeah, once all of these have like unique and relevant materials, that'll be cool. But also, hang on, I'm gonna fix that, and then I'm gonna unironically go and like clean my ears because it's extremely distracting. Like the noise is horrible. But okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I don't think that helped at all, but I did some stretching as well, so at least I'll be stretched. Actually, I'm going to turn off the heater and open the window. Okay. And yeah, once we get to 4 hours, I should probably call it there, just so that I can take a walk, because I haven't actually been out in a bit. Okay, but we don't need the UVs anymore. Yeah, we don't need any of this actually at all. Okay. Let's sit. Okay, so we're gonna need a few things here. Let's get some keyboard stuff. What I'm gonna do... Let's have, like, shading here. And we're gonna do... Let's just do multiply. Actually, this should be gray, because we're inside an environment. And then actually, I do want this here. And then I think on these back parts, I'm just going to kind of put some random lines. Actually, maybe not on this one. But what I could do here is have like... oh, hang on. Dog's going ballistic outside. But like, I'm just gonna have some like random lines going like to and fro here. See what that looks like. So if we just export this, how would this actually look? Oh right, but we have the, let's turn the emission strength of this down to 0 for now. Alright, this should be probably a hint range. Let's say like 5. I don't hate it, but I do not like it. I think it's just because... So I like this line, I like these lines. These ones, though, they can be... lower opacity, I think. And then that'll probably work better. Huh? Krita, are you gonna like, I'm pressing Control Z to undo it, and then it, okay, it just took like 50 undos to do that. That's fine. It's not like I rely on Control Z for my things, but okay. That's fine, and now we'll do the real work here. Okay, so these are going to be like keys. So I'm thinking... Huh? Oh, right, because this is not a multiply layer. I'll do it like this then. And actually, these should be on top of that. And then you're going to do my classic control A, E, C, V. There we go. And then I think these two we don't need. And I think one of these panels, this side, will probably not have these. Well, it could. How would I want to do this? All right, now. I accidentally merged. Okay, there we go. What I wanted to do was create a new layer, but I accidentally, like, merged them. I'm going to call this Ease 2. Why is it not? Okay, there we go. So, okay, those are the buttons. And we actually don't need them to go all the way down to here. Actually, I would like keys 2 there, so that way I can selectively, like, make some buttons larger. So I could do, like, that, perhaps. I'd be fine with that. Because I imagine all the things that we can have in here now. And then here, I'm thinking... Yeah, that should be good. And then I think as well here, I don't like... Oh wait, but these are going off the edge here, so we probably have to do this anyway. Yeah, we'll have to do this. There we are. Let's see how this looks. Okay, I like that. What I don't like, though, is I don't like how this one here is uneven now. I keep forgetting to do that. There we go. Yeah, good enough. Okay, do I actually want anything fancier here? I think what I could do... I can't... Okay, I had to press escape to remove the alt key. Okay, so I want, I think, a row of lights here. And then maybe we should have display lights here, maybe? Nah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this just being how the keys look. And then we'll just have, like, a row of lights up here. And those will be something like, let's add, like, lights. Okay. Nope. Accidentally double pressed it. Wait, what the hell is this thing called? How many times did I fucking press E? Okay, there we go. There we are. And actually, I'm going to move that there. And here, I think I'm going to do, there we go. Okay. So now we have plenty of space for lights. Okay, that seems fine. And then we're going to have just mission. Yeah, let's do just a few lights. Actually, how do I want to do these? I think I like it like this. Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. And then we'll have a glow. Oh wait, no, I don't want that. I want a clone layer, because we don't want a fixed color. We want then a filter mask. So we're going to blur this. There we go. Okay. So now we have the paint layer that can do this, and these are going to be like lights, light glow. And there will be no interesting pattern here. These are just kind of like set up this way. Actually, what I might do is have a slightly brighter internal color, just so that way they look a little bit more interesting. Yeah, okay, I like this. I'm trying to click. I was trying to click like one pixel. Okay, if I click the bottom right of the pixel, if I click the center... Oh, well, I don't get it. Okay, but I do like it. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, okay, there we go. Actually, I prefer a greenish blue here. So actually, I might even just do, wait, no. If I do that, like, the clone layer is going to fuck up and all that stuff. I just got to do it this way. Krita makes copying and pasting extremely complicated because it automatically copies into a different layer. Well, actually, I can probably do it. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, because it copies into the exact same location, so if I try to move it, then it's gone. Ah, well. Let's just have, like, most of these be filled. Some of them aren't filled. A couple of them are red. But yeah, most are green. Okay. Thank you, Krita. I mean, really, what I should have done was, from the very beginning, not have the clone layer, and then copy and paste, and then, like, flatten this layer, and then do the cloning. Or have a layer group. And do the cloning on the layer group, because I can do that. But okay, we gotta make sure that we're, like, in the correct pixel, because otherwise it'll do two. And I think I'd also like a little bit of, like, an amber glow. Yeah, I think what I also want is just a little bit of something like this. Maybe not, maybe like a lower opacity, but higher this. And I need to remember as well. Oh wait, okay, good. I set this up correctly. Well, I guess I also have to remember, this is going to be an additive. Yeah, like that. Okay. That's what it'll actually look like. And so this needs to be a deeper orange, not like this muddy yellow. There we go. What do I want here? I want multi-layer. What am I not doing here? Oh, okay. There we go. Why did YouTube die? Okay, so now we have that, and I'm gonna do like 40% opacity or something like that. Interesting. Actually, what if I just turn off the grunge? There we are. And we turn off the glow temporarily. There we go. Now this does what I want. And then what I can do is I can, like, fiddle with this part of the glow. Yeah, because now if we turn this back on... Do I want the grunge? Oh wait, no, I don't want the grunge on top of the emission. But what I do want is... I think textures... No, we want paint. Oh, wait. Let's just do fill the whole selection like that. I think that's fine. I think that'll be okay. And eventually I can make the keys darker or something like that. But what I'm going to do for now is just kind of like randomly make them a little bit more interesting, maybe? Does that do what I want? I think I might just want to erase more of the glow from here. I think it should be a very, very subtle thing in the daytime. So here we just do like this. And then I can also have a few of them maybe that have the lights. Because you're like this, and then no, I think it needs to be centered. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Export this. Oh, wait, no. We need to export this as lab console. And then we export this as lab console emission. And then we can come back into here. Turn this back up to 1. Very cool. Very cool looking, I think. I don't care for the kind of randomness here, so what I'm going to do is remove that. So I go back to this one, probably. So I think... Wait, what? I pressed this. Oh, it's this shading. Right. There we go. Wait, did I have the UVs visible? Oh, I see what my issue is. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm not in love with this, but it's good enough. I really like the panel, and I think that will do enough to make it seem cool. Though what I might also do is slightly darken the panel. Because I think this needs to just be ever so slightly... that. Well, do I want this to be darker? Yes, I think I do, actually. Because I think what I can do then is keys and keys 2 should both be multiplies with a lower opacity. And then lights will also be a multiply with a lower opacity. There we go. And that makes this pop out a little bit more, and I like that quite a bit. Oh, and then our wires, they're not perfect, but that's okay. Okay. So that is one texture, I think, done. Console. Oh yeah, and we still need the screen on it. Oh well. Okay, how do we do the machine panels? I think what I'm going to do is... So we'll have the same thing here where we do emission... addition... background... Actually, I should probably not have lyrics. Actually, when did I put that in the playlist?
Welcome, user. Are you ready to begin?
Alright, let's do... I kind of like that amber color, so let's do more of that. And this time I'm actually going to do... I'm going to have some sense to this. So this is lights. And then we're going to have... Oh, wait, no. Not there. We're going to add a clone layer. Filter mask. Okay. There we go. And so that should be... This one should also be addition. There we are. So now I should be able to just kind of make this work. Oh wait, but these are... Hang on. This won't quite work the way that I want it to because I want these. There we are. Okay. So these will be machine panel emission. Spooky. Okay. And then I want some interesting lighting. All right, let's do that on this baseline thing. I kind of have the idea of this goes there, this goes here. I like that. It feels like it's some sort of logical system here. There we are. And I kind of want to merge these down together because I'm going to, like, move these around. Okay. All right, now. Can I... Okay. Release me, you foul demon. Okay, how does this look? I like that. And then we can take this and darken this. And so that way, this will only be visible when we are activating the emission strength. I'll do that now, actually. Just do door machine. Gonna have this thing here, emission strength. And then when we open it, we'll go like this. And then I want it to be 3.5 because here we're going to fade it back down to 0. And I wish it would just show me the fucking animation as I'm making it, but that's okay. I'm only a little mad. Okay, I like that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here as like a multiply. Very dark. Actually, maybe not that dark. Well, maybe that dark, actually. I kind of like that. Okay. It's not super crazy or anything, but it's moderately interesting. And I think I might also have a line here. And all I need to do is just make sure that that actually is like synchronized. Okay. Yeah, moderately interesting. It gives a better sense of like this is a weird machine. Rather than this is just like a, I don't know, a bathtub or something. Or like a, no, not a bathtub, but like a, I don't know. I don't even know what it would be without any sort of like funky machinery stuff on it. But okay. I think I'll consider that good for the door. I should probably have started like saving these things. Let's actually do some... Oh, geez. I haven't done anything. Okay, well. Halfway through making the lab. I really just like how the keyboard came out. I think the glow, or just the subtle blur, that effect, it works really well. Also, yeah, my ears are still driving me crazy. It's especially, for some reason, it's significantly worse when I put on my headphones. But alright. Oh, I see. The world modified the windows? I'm wondering why that warning keeps popping up, but I'll ignore it for now. Oh. Well, if Godot isn't going to let me mute the mic. Hmm. All right.
10% health remaining. Please proceed with caution.
Hmm. Oh wait, did these have... Wait, why do these have this on the back? I don't remember setting them up like that. I thought the textures had like different fronts and backs to them. Oh wait, they do. But I did it twice, didn't I? Because I made these duplicates of each other, right? Or no, I made it duplicate... whatever. Basically, I accidentally did the back of this, I think, as well. But I don't mind that, because the player's not going to see the back, so if it looks cooler than it's supposed to, that's fine. Yeah, as dumb as it is, I just really like this double line. That looks good. This part here looks quite bad. And I'm going to ignore it. Okay, let's do the telescope because that's going to be easy. Basically, yeah, basically good. Okay. And then I'm thinking... Should probably have double-checked the size of this thing, but I'm going to do like a... Actually, let's do a dark green here. Oh, I see. I'm basically going to try to mimic the... I'm not sure exactly. The lighting in here. I mean, this looks nothing like the lighting in here, but I'll ignore that. And then this, let's just make it pitch black, almost. Okay. And this is another eyepiece. Oh wait, what I wanted was this. Because then I can just grab it, move it around. Okay. Okay, and then if we just have more of those double lines, I think would be fun. And then, yeah, probably... How'd it look to have like a line right here? Let's try this. Good enough, basically. And I'm going to have this little bit here also have the telescope material. Take your time, Godot. I got all day. I think I could do a different color here, though. I'm going to do like a light green. I like that, because then it's like actually like visually distinct and different looking. But here we need a little bit more of this. And then here, I think actually I'd prefer to have more of like a kind of this color. Actually, I like those little scattered bits there. Yeah, so that kind of mimics the location there, and I'm actually gonna do, or like this, and maybe have just a faint white like here to mimic some sort of lighting. There we go. So now we have a cool telescope with an eyepiece there. Okay. Where the heck was that telescope? Oh yeah, we need to do the platform. I probably should have the, you know, I do need the... Thank you, Godot, for not opening the fucking files that I was looking at, for not even opening the right directory, for just sending me to God knows where again. Or, you know, Krita, actually. But okay, machine panel. So yeah, basically get this exact same setup here. In fact, emission. We can just grab that, copy that here, and the only thing we need to do is like that. I think, wait, no, but these aren't 45 degrees. Okay, so I can't do that. Let's do larger, something like this.
New direct message received.
Okay. Oh, and these need to be more this way. There we are. Probably kind of good enough. Let's try that. Nice, okay. It's slightly asymmetrical because these aren't quite lined up, but that's to be expected. I'm happy that these line up at least. Well, basically. And I think we only need 3 of these. Thank you, Godot. Oh wait, no, it's because I just... yeah. I think if we just don't even pretend that these are, like, evenly spaced, will probably be better. Oh, wait, no. This one. I need to do that again without that. Okay, there we go. That actually worked out better than I expected it to. Okay, I like that. And then I'm kind of going to do the same thing as before, where we have like the little lines here. Actually, I want these to be all perfectly straight.
Doesn't matter if it's real.
Going this way or this way? I prefer this way. What if we had this go out here? And then this one go out this way. Do these hook up? Ooh, I kind of like that. Okay. And then that means these... Can I, like, get the 1 pixel that I'm trying to get, Godot? Or Credo? Okay, there we go. Now the question is, do I want something here? Like, Oh wait, we need, How would we do that? I know how to do that. We do this by, like, 16 by 16. Then if we have a pixel here... Okay, and then we have a square in the center. Admittedly, this is now kind of like distractingly cool and interesting. Oh, but also it's rotated by 22.5 degrees. It's not 45 or 80. Because I specifically rotated it so that this face here was visible. I guess I'm fine with that. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy this. Going to call that normal, and we're going to do like a... Let's see how that looks. Okay. I like that. That'll look cool. Because now when we do the machine and it opens, we have this. And then we should probably have this do the same thing, where it's going to do like 0 up to like 1 right about here. And then as that locks in place, we're going to have this also fade back down. And I kind of like the idea of this actually... Oh, wait, hang on. Gotta go back to here so that way we can see this. And then I want this to actually be 0 right here. And then it flashes. And then they synchronize, basically. Okay. Well, I might actually make it a little bit more. Okay. And that's interesting enough there. So, okay. We got the machine done. Then I need to figure out what the heck's going to be on the monitors.
Thank you for playing.
Hmm.
Logging out.
Uh, hmm. No. I got a lot of work to do. But, as I said, I'm going to quit early to take a walk, because it feels like the sun's already about to set. But okay, I'm going to call that there. Oh wait, remove those autosaves. Okay. So I'll take care of the rest of this off stream. Because we got most of it. We just need the O2 tanks, the monitors, the gaming setup. Several things. I might actually do the sound effects off stream, and then we'll just resume this stuff on stream. Because this stuff is fun to actually watch. The sound design is not. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Do some bug fixing and sound effects off stream. And then these will be the important things. Fair enough to me. Okay, thank you for stopping by. I will be back tomorrow. See you then.